Okay. Good morning. Morning. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Private account? What's up, my dude? Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay. Are you ready for Refactoring 2? The Refactoring part. Oh, no. This is actually part 5. Oh, no. Or no, it's part 4. I messed up the title. It's part 4. Okay, hang on. I gotta update the title everywhere now. Okay, hang on. Edit. Title. Ah, shit. Okay, I gotta edit it individually. Oh, I think I can just do that here, right? It's refactoring the, what is it? It's Refactor 2, the Refactoring Part 4, the finale Part 2. There we go. Okay, we're good. Messed up the title. Still a more understandable versioning system than OpenAI's models. What do you got, like 03, 4.0, 4.5, and then now we have 5. Like, dude, which one? Like 03 mini? God damn. Who decided that 4.0 and apparently I think 03 is actually better than 4.0? Which, you know, I think we can all agree that 4 is a bigger number than 3, right? So, yeah, it's bad. This looks like a one of them now clap. Thank you. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Refactoring. Or snacktoring. Where are we? I don't think we're in a place that actually works at the moment. We're just in like this halfway working state, I believe. We're in this like halfway. I don't know. I think I've only tested construct target. Construct anywhere, do anything? Yeah, we got like a bunch of breakpoints. Yeah. He didn't even do it. Okay, so that one doesn't, just straight up doesn't work. Cool. Cool. Why is that offsetting my interaction options? Yeah, so I wrote some notes for myself yesterday. I think we discovered that this colonist task reference that is passed by ref to both the function and the lambda capture arguments into another function where it's a ref is actually being a copy. And I thought by doing this lambda capture syntax, I could get around that. Because I know you can't pass by reference through delegates. If I'm not mistaken, like I haven't figured out a way to do that. It blocks me every time. It blocks me every time. So I thought I found a way to get around that, which was the lambda, but I think this was the source of my issues yesterday. I think that's what we figured out. And so I need to think about what I want to do with my flow now. One option is to, I think we may need to do this regardless of how we end up solving it. Can I get my syntax highlighting? No? Cool. No syntax highlighting on git colonist task. Okay, That's just what we're rocking. That's just what we're working with today. Cool. So some options I have. Could also call a function on the relevant task handler here. Instead of relying on interact action status change delegate, but we would lose the ability to respond to the interact action chomp. Hello. No, it's John Cena. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. We have come for your gold. I have none. All I got is blood, sweat, and tears, and I'm all out of blood and sweat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? Welcome in, everyone. Good morning. I'm just getting started. I saw the homies hanging out in Chomp's stream earlier today. Jed, Shawnee. So I poked in, said hello. Thank you for the raid. John, sure, you never saw her coming. No, you didn't. You just saw a big tail floating through the world. But yeah, I'm working on, welcome to Refactor 2, the Refactoring. Part 4, the finale, Part 2. That's what we're on now. The finale Part 1 was yesterday. Now we're on the finale Part 2. So welcome in. Welcome in. I think my world still works at the moment. We can look at that. We can look at that. So, for those who don't know, I'm Mydrong. Welcome in. Good morning. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. So, I think every part of that is proof of concepted on some level. Here's the procedural terrain algorithm doing its thing. I have like an ECS system I wrote. I have a building system put in here. I've got some proof of concepted destructible terrain. I've got assertions happening in the engine. You know, we got it all here. I think that'll work. It's a homemade animation, so it just, there we go. So there's some destructible terrain right there. It technically works. I've been refactoring my colony task system for my colonists, and so all the green guys out there are colonists that I can like recruit, and I can make them do things. And I only had like construction and foraging working. There's like some mushrooms out in the world that can be foraged. And then I realized that I needed to refactor my system because... What am I doing here? Because I realized that all these colonist tasks that I was making are things that probably need to be done outside of the colonist task system. Like, you know, when these guys get hungry, they start running around searching for food. And then they'll run over and pick up some mushrooms. That is not a colonist task, right? That's just like, it's what I call an interact action now. So I created this kind of like interact action system. Now I'm just trying to get it all tied back together with my state trees and stuff. Excuse me. My state trees. So that's what we're doing. But thank you for the raid, Chomp. That was your stream. If you'd like to talk about what you worked on today, please do so. Good old Refactor final V7 part final. It's like the Attack on Titan series. Oh, did they do that? Did they do that joke already? Destructible terrain. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't look good yet. I'll need to actually. I'm just using the Boolean subtraction geometry script operation on there, and it doesn't look good. So I'll probably need to do the math myself to make it like work with the terrain shape and stuff. Looks so impressive. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is a particularly good seed. This is a good seed. And so what I do is I actually have like different, very specific different zones here. Like this is the world map. And so we are in the Festering Bog, apparently, which is next to the Roman Colosseum of Champions, if you didn't know, and Haunted Moors, Ironwood Forest. So theoretically, each of these would have a different terrain noise in a different biome. And so you can see the different terrain noises very clearly. So here's the edge of the zone. We have this zone with like the big mountain and the very drastic altitude changes, and then we have like a flatter zone over here. This is like a meadowy biome, which looks cool with like a mountain in the distance, right? I think it looks pretty cool. We got some hemp there. We got this zone where it's a little bit more bumpy, still kind of flat though, you know. And both of these are just my default default biomes, my foresty biomes. Got the underground caves as well here, which are really cool. I think they're really cool. Not a whole lot of reason to actually go in them at the moment, but I will be putting some ore in there. I suppose I need to make a decision on whether or not I'm going to spawn those with PCG, or if those are going to be like baked into my terrain material algorithm that like determines whether it's rock or dirt or whatever. Maybe I'll also have it determine whether it's ore, you know. I can probably come up with some sort of algorithm to make it pop out a little bit, you know, to make the density values slightly higher whenever we get to like rock or ore, so it kind of pops out and it's not just flat against the terrain. Maybe we'll see. Need to do some more refactors before I do that. Just here to learn more C++. Oh, you're gonna learn the absolute worst practices here. I would accept some scuff for the destruction part in particular, but the generation would preferably be neat. Yeah. Mine's a cool already. Very rock and stone. Nice. Nice. Got a little bit of combat. A little bit of combat here. With my very terrible animations that I made. We'll need to get some actually made by someone who's an artist. Well, hey guys, hello. And generate quests. So this is a 42-year-old male human shaman. Wait, what's his name? He's Fallon Everwood, who is curious and compassionate. Fallon felt a deep connection to nature from a young age. They were known for their empathy, often befriending stray animals and tending to wounded creatures. In his adulthood, as a shaman, Fallon walks the line between the physical and spiritual realms, their curiosity tempered by a deep compassion for all living things. So let's see what quest that generated for us. Hello. Whisperwood Disturbance. Vin Blood's Oath. That's my guy's name. The wilds are speaking, and they're troubled. There's a disharmony, a sickness creeping into the heart of the Whisperwood. I need you to investigate. Seek out the Elder Moss Root near the Whispering Falls. He is as old as the trees himself and remembers the balance of the forest more keenly than I. Ask him about the source of this discord. Tell me more about... Oh, never mind. I hit accept. There's some dialogue options there, though. But yeah, that's an example of a little AI-generated quest there. How many hours in WoW you got? I don't know if numbers go that high, to be honest with you. A lot. It's across several different accounts, too, so it's not like I'd be able to figure out, like, many different characters. So yeah, it's a little bit of the game. Destructible tree chopping as well, or dynamic tree chopping as well. So I can chop low and high, and it just deforms the mesh at runtime based on where my axe hits, if it does hit. There we go. So it'll chop it there. I get some wood. Got some wood. And I can keep chopping. Eventually this will be like very Valheim-y tree dominoes with proper physics. Proper physics. Okay, so... Oh yeah, there's interaction happening. Someone just picked up a mushroom somewhere. Okay. Someone failed to pick up a mushroom somewhere. I think they tried to pick up probably the same mushroom. So yeah, it's a little bit of the world there. A little bit of the world. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna stop now. Excuse me, please. Stop. Okay. So yeah, I'm working on rewriting the colony tasks, and they're somewhat working. But there's some very specific things I need to track down. So I can say, hey, join my colony. Go do that. Yes, we will start there, yeah. This is me trying to debug. So he's building it, now it's built. It's built. Yay. But now he's stuck. but now he's stuck, and it's because the colonist task never gets updated because a copy is being passed around instead of a reference, even though I'm passing by reference. I'm assuming that binding a lambda to a delegate this way does not actually capture it by reference. I believe that is the source of the issues. I need to think about what my preferred ways of solving this are. Now, I'm binding to this delegate. This is a delegate for the interact action. Now, the colonist task itself has an interact action within it for like what interaction you should do as a part of the task, basically. You being the colonist that I am commanding. And I want the interact action to be like, I want that system to be like completely separate from the colonist task system. So the interact action has a delegate on it. Interact action status change. And so that way the colonist task system can listen to changes on the interact action and respond to them and do things. And that's what this function is attempting to do here. But I'm not getting the updated colonist task that has been marked as like succeeded and stuff like that. So that's where the issue is coming from. That's where the issues are coming from. Now, if I can't bind to, I essentially just need like a way to relate a colonist task back to a status. And the only thing I get when I bind to on interact status change is the interact action. So it's like I could store a map of like interact action to colonist task, but that seems kind of it seems very unnecessary, and like I'd have to manage that map, which feels like more than it's worth. Like I'd have to make sure like everything's deleted out of there when the interact actions are gone and stuff like that. I don't know. It sounds messy. It sounds messy. Had a druid in BFA expansion called Prostitute. Ah, yes. Did you also have a mage called Prostitute? That was a classic one. BFA, I played BFA as well. That was the last expansion I played. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. There has to be some way to had a priest named Prostitute. There it is. Yep, that's the next one. Yeah. Yeah, so what do I want to do about this? There's this interaction system. This delegate, I guess I can't like... Unless I could make the colonist task a U object, but oh my god, I just did that to the interact action. And it feels so unnecessary to make these U objects. They're just data. They are just data. And there's no object that just represents the task. There is just this, there is a task handler, but it is, I just use it for a default object. So I don't actually have the individual task that relates to whatever action got dispatched. Now, is there something I could do in the state tree? Let me think here. Yeah, I could just rely on process colonist task queue to process the queue. That does allow me to respond to the interact action being completed, but it doesn't allow me to respond to the individual status changes, which I think right now I only care about the completed events either succeeded or failed. But I don't want to lose that granularity, that flexibility of being able to respond to any change event that happens. But I would like to maintain that functionality if I can, which is why I'm thinking about this a little harder. And I really wish I didn't have to fight engine limitations here. That has kind of made this whole refactor quite difficult because I was fighting a lot of things with state trees. I ended up having to change my interact actions multiple times. I was trying to use instant structs at first, and I realized I couldn't pass those around by ref in a state tree because of the way state tree property refs work. Ugh. So I was like, okay, UObject, I guess, is the only... I tried to do a wrapper UObject. Pain. Yeah, I wonder, I could do a pointer to colonist task, I wonder. If I change that to a pointer, bind to status change can no longer be blueprintable. Although, maybe I should do something like this, where I create the pointer in here. Do F colonist task. Task pointer. Yeah, create the pointer. We'll pass the pointer in there. And use that. This is now a pointer. And this is fine, because this always happens in C++. And then I would just dereference the pointer when I pass it back in. Is that? If interact action and let's do and task to handle. Yeah. This could work. If it's good. Excuse me, I'm a little scratchy this morning. Okay, let's see if that works. I think that I think everything else. Is it that easy? Is it that easy? I don't think I need to do a bind to lambda anymore. I could do a different one. I hope this works. That would be really nice. I've really been trying to think about like what I want in blueprints, what I want in C++ a lot harder. Because I think the biggest part that causes me churn at the moment is the interaction between the two. Because their functionalities, like there's not parity between them. The functionality that they support is not one-to-one. And so I'll come up with a design in C++ and then realize that it doesn't work for some critical reason because, you know, something like, oh, you can't have a struct pointer in a U function, or the state tree, you know, you can't, there's no U properties to something or other, you know, and it gets quite frustrating. All right, let's try to figure out what the flow is now. Well, I guess the flow should be the same. So what I need from you is to join my colony and get to work. Okay, so we have our construct action being constructed. Yeah, that's interact status is none on the interact action. And what about the task itself? Probably also task not started. Cool. So we've gotten here. Our task pointer is pointering. It does seem to point to the correct thing. Okay. The task pointer still looks correct there. Now we'll see if it has the updated values. So when we complete, this task status should be updated. If this doesn't work, then it'll stay as not started. Okay, so we're updating the task status here. Because it is equal to not started, we're updating it to task in progress. We're going to process the task queue. That's what happens anytime you update the status of a task. Okay, he walked over there, he got there. I believe he started interacting, so the task change has been triggered. Now, I believe that that's probably being set. This is the interact action. It's in progress now. Yeah, it's in progress now. In progress now. Interact action. Get class. Task to handle. Now, I should probably figure out when to update the colonist task. Probably something I should, because there's a colonist task status, and then there is a interact action status. And the colonist task might be a series of multiple interact actions, right? Like you may say, go construct one building. That's a one-to-one, right? There's one colonist task, there's one interact action. When the interact action completes, then the colonist task is also complete. But you could also say, hey, go construct all of the buildings, right? And so therefore, the colonist task system is going to kind of refresh the interact action and pick new targets each time. Okay, so here's the money. Now, is task to handle? Fuck, it is set to not started. Wait, how? How is it set to not started? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Well, no, it's not. No, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Because it's not complete. It's still in progress. Wait, is this complete? Oh, please don't look. No, it is in progress. Okay, whew, okay. Sorry, started to lose my cool there for a second. We're good. We're still good. Okay, now it's being updated. Now it's complete. Now it's complete. Wait, what is this? Status. Succeeded. Okay, now it's succeeded. Now it is succeeded. We get here. We are going to build construct task, I guess. Wait, when do I set the colonist task status? I forgot. It's still not started. I think that's fine. Oh, because we succeeded, we're going to end. Yeah, we're going to end the state tree. So we are going to get back into, let me see. Let me put a breakpoint there. I also want breakpoints here. No. Here. There we go. Wrong ones. Although, yeah, let's put some there just in case. So we're gonna rebuild the construction task now. Now this is a construct single target task, so it should get rebuilt into something invalid. So we should get here. We do. Wonderful. Okay, so we're updating the task to succeeded. So here is, from here on out, the task should be marked as succeeded. From here on out, it should be marked as succeeded. Task succeeded. Okay. That's always happened, though. I need to make sure that that pointer, so whenever I get back into the construct handler's handle task status change function, that's where it was broken, because it would still be, the task would still be set to not started, and it would never be able to, I think, respond, if I'm thinking of it correctly. Okay, so the interact action on the proxy actor has been set to null. I forget where that happens. Yes, it is set to null. Oh, what should happen is, set entity interact action. Yeah, we should be doing things here, right? Okay, we've gotten here. What is my current task? It is a construct that is marked as in progress. Why is it marked as in progress? Wait, I lost it. I lost the flow. Why'd we get here? Why'd we get here? Oh, I want to step backwards. Move, plowing ahead. Plowing ahead, I guess. Yeah, we've got a new interact action, so we're gonna set it. The interact action probably has like a null, or no, we're interacting with the. We will be interacting with the same thing, but it's already built, I think. Process task status is already marked as succeeded. I don't know why that happened. I don't know why that happened. Process interact action is now failing. It just succeeded, now it's failing. Okay, task status is still marked as in progress. Just run into 0, 0 now. Okay, so that still didn't work. I lost the flow there for a second, though. Enjoying the debug aspect of this. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, glad you're enjoying me. You know, just struggle through my own code. Rubber duck programming at its best, unless we respond. Hey, that's you know, you can't pay for a rubber duck that responds to you. You know what I mean? So that's that can be invaluable. That can be invaluable. So, what? Oh, there's a dog under my feet. Hi. Snuck up on me. Okay, so I set the colonist task status to succeeded. What was I expecting to happen? What was I expecting to happen? TCP Wizard, welcome in. Good morning, and welcome into you, Isabella. Sorry, missed that. Process task queue. I don't remember ever getting here, and I feel like I should have. Process task queue, which is right now only called from... It's called recursively, or when you set the current task, basically. Yeah, okay, so that one single task never got removed from the queue. It did get marked as... So we updated status... And we always process after that. So why didn't we get here afterwards? Wait, no, update status happened elsewhere. Open source applications. Hi, I'm new here. Well, welcome in. We're debugging right now. Process task queue updates. I think I need to step through that again. I think I missed something that was happening. So we get here, the interact stat, we did get here. Oops, yeah, that's not what I want to do. We did get here. The interact status was succeeded or failed. I rebuilt the construction task. Is that what I should have done? Yeah, because I did see that we got here. And I set the interact action to null pointer here. Is that what I should have done? I don't know if I should set the interact action there. I don't know if I should clear that out because it's already marked as succeeded, so the interact state tree should pick that up and kick it out. So I don't know, maybe that's... I don't know if that would cause an issue though. I update the task status. We should have process task queue. I should have removed here. Okay, yeah, I need to step through that again because I think we accidentally got here instead. And I missed it. And if we got there, that means it didn't work. Okay, yeah, that's all good. We're gonna step through that kind of quick. Yes. Okay, so we're getting set to, I believe, in progress. Yeah, in progress. Okay, now we are complete. Now we are complete. Task to handle is still set to not started, which I'm just not starting it, but it doesn't mean anything at the moment. So I dereference that pointer, which is marked as not started. Task to handle, still marked as not started. The interact action, I believe, should be succeeded. It is. So we are going to get here. We're going to build a construction task. Yes. We have a null construct action on this task. When did that get set to null? I'm curious. It got set null here. Okay. Right, because we want to try and rebuild it. We want to try and rebuild it. So construct action, we rebuild it. We're not doing anything hinky in here, are we? No, we're just making an entity interact action, where the interacting object is the entity itself. Nothing hinky going on in there. And then just setting the, yeah, that's all well and good. But we get here, we get down here. We get down here. It is marked as not started. That is good. We are going to mark it as succeeded. We get here. We have set the task status. It is a reference. It is a reference here. Here's a reference, there's a reference, everywhere's a reference. So you are now marked as task succeeded. I did not get to any of that. Okay, hang on. Friday, my man is here. Of course I am. It's Friday. Let me see here. Yeah, so this... How did this not get hit? Oh, I see. Wait, do I see? Breakpoint there. Restart. I think I see the issue. Maybe. Is the queue empty at that point? I don't think it is. So yeah, we're gonna skip forward a little bit here. Okay. What are we in progress right now? Yeah, we're in progress. Okay. We've updated task status. Okay, we've updated task succeeded. The interact action has no interact with object, so it's like an invalid interact action basically. Okay, so we've gotten here. What is the task queue? The task queue is not empty. So why did I not hit any of these breakpoints? What is the colonist task status? The current task is marked as task in progress. Oh, wait, no, I do mark it as in progress. Wait. So, wait, where was I seeing not started? Okay, hang on, undo it all, redo. I wrote this all yesterday, so it's still a little foreign to me. Still a little foreign to me. Here we go, okay. We're gonna bind the lambda. Task to handle is not started. Okay, so I guess this is why I thought that it was passing by copy, right? So I'm in the bind function where I'm binding the delegate. I'm making a pointer to this task, passing it in. So the on interact status change, whenever I get there, we can undo that, I think. We've gotten here. Process task queue. I'm getting a reference to the task in the queue. Wait, how do I add it to the queue? Ooh, maybe that's the issue. No, because I'm getting it. You know, even if I'm adding by copy, I'm not passing that around anywhere, I don't think. Oh no, I might be actually. I might be. There might be two different tasks here, ladies and gentlemen. There might be two different tasks, which might have been my issue not passing by ref. That might be it. Is marked as not started? So we're going to start it. We are going to start it. Okay, so we're here. Task to handle is marked as not started, even though we just started it. There is two tasks. Okay. I think I actually figured it out. I think I was wrong. My previous diagnosis, I believe, was wrong. Give me NPC character. Humanoid NPC, yes. Aha, so I build... Passing in by ref here. I see, I see. So the task that we're passing in by ref here... Task that we're passing in by ref here... I then do set current colonist task. Which is still it's a const ref, but a ref nonetheless. In places by ref, right? Constructs a new item at the end of the array. Am I doing the wrong one here? The arguments to forward to the constructor of the new item. Yeah, that doesn't sound right. I would like to add a ref. The item... Okay, I was using the wrong fucking function right there. $100. $100 says that that is the issue. $100 says that's the issue. And that the lambda binding was actually a valid way to get around the limitation, which I thought was invalid previously. I'm glad I didn't change my whole fucking system for that. Well, I'm still... Jury's still out on whether or not this is the issue or not. Okay, update task status. It is marked as in progress. So the next time I see a task here... Oh, it's still marked as not started! I wonder if there are multiple issues at play. Task to handle. It's still marked as not started. Do I need to go back to passing by ref here, maybe? Yeah, this task is going to be not started still. What? Okay, do I need to pass it by ref in that function? Yeah, let me make sure. Add by array, add by ref. I want to add the reference to the array. Why is that? Why am I not getting a straightforward answer here? New chat. Give me Claude for... Okay. Unreal Engine C++. Add... Where's our $100? Shut up. That might still have been an issue. Adding by copy into the array is definitely not what I want to do. I just need to make sure that I'm actually doing that right. Like that 100% was the wrong thing to do. It didn't fix my issue though. So there might be more here. Dude, I need like a generic example. I didn't need all that. Move temp. Stay noobs, welcome in. Is move temp what I want to do there? I could optimize it. This is what I had. This is doing the opposite of what I want though. So is move temp what I want? Let's see what does move temp do here? Move temp will cast a reference to an R value reference. This is UE's equivalent std move, except that it will not compile and pass an R value const objects. We prefer to be informed and that it will not compile when passed an R value or const object. What's the update on the project? Still refactoring. Okay, yeah, so I was questioning whether or not I would want to pass by const ref here. I was questioning that. And now also I don't know if that pointer change I made is proper. I should maybe go back to the one thing at a time. We gotta try one thing at a time. If we try too many things at a time, we're gonna get lost in the sauce. We're gonna get lost in the sauce. Oh, look who it is. It's Mart. Everyone say hello to Mart. He craves attention. He doesn't stop spamming until you give him attention. How did you become this good in CPP? By writing a lot of it. Yep. How are you? I'm well, Mart. That was very kind of you to ask. How are you? Ah, shit. I need to make it a U param. I hate that. Okay. Alrighty. Some really weird looking horses there, aren't they? Gotta be AI, right? How come Mart's not banned yet? Because we're using him for content. We're using him for content. Has he become a legend on the channel because of his spamming? Yeah, it's the spamming plus... He came in here, like, the first time he came in here, he just demanded me to do things. He was like, do this, make it this, do this. And I'm like, Mart, you can't just come in here and demand things. It's not very kind, you know? He didn't get it. He didn't get it. And I'm not sure, we're trying to teach him, because his parents are letting him get on YouTube Shorts, which is not good for him. So we're trying to, you know, it takes a village to raise someone, you know. So we're trying to make a difference in someone's life here, and you know, the exchange for that is that we get to meme on it a little bit. Okay, yeah, task to handle, task pointer. Update task status. The task is now task in progress. Yes. You have any suggestions for understanding the UE5 API C++ faster? Just get used to going through ancient source code, honestly. That's the best way. Like, it's gonna be a fucking slog, but like, just get used to it, because you're gonna need to. And the less aversion that you have to like looking through the source code, the easier it will be to figure things out. Task to handle is still marked as task not started. Now this is the pointer. Are you making game? I do be making game, yes. This is game. Hi. Okay, so still not working. You know what I'm gonna do? Here's what I'm gonna do. Let's just put, I'm just gonna put some like dummy thing on here. Payload object. This new object. Oh my gosh. Just put like an interact action. What's the name of the game? My project. Oh, no, let's put a log here. Okay. So I will now see, I will be able to see if we have a ref in that array or not. I literally finished the project I was working on since the last time I joined you. Unreal Engine is so hard for individual devs. I don't know that it's... Like, my project is quite large in scope. I don't know why you would expect me to have been done with it in a week or two or whatever. This is a years-long... Game dev is hard. Game dev is hard. It's not necessary. I'm not like disagreeing that Unreal Engine is a difficult engine to learn, but it's not solely because of Unreal Engine that it has taken this long. It would take this long in any technology. Okay. Yeah. Wait. That's null? Why is that null? And wait, oh, we got there? Wait, what? Is this Unity? No. Unreal Engine. No. Unreal Engine. Yes. Wait, what the fuck just happened? I didn't get the breakpoint that I needed. Where are you? Wait, are we not actually getting there? Give me that. Okay, try again. There we go. Okay. Finding the lambda. Yeah. Okay, we're updating. Why is this context object null here? And how is this where I came from? Are you asset flipping for the final assets? No idea. So apparently... Okay, I need a breakpoint there, because this is not... This whole function is not doing what I think it's doing. I think I need to rebuild, because all my breakpoints are off, too. Working on my project on the working branch. Yes. Oh, I never finished live coding. That's fucking why. Because that didn't work. Live coding never compiled, and I didn't realize it. Yeah, I'm working solo, so I don't need a very verbose branch name to work on. I'm pretty sure everything is still in. Like, I haven't done a pull request to main in so long, probably. To the master branch. Okay, we're gonna try one more time. Okay, now I'm getting proper breakpoints. So just building the mechanics, and I have no idea about making it commercial or not. Typical indie game dev behavior. Yeah, some people just do game dev for fun. I know that's crazy that you don't need to think about making money from something in order to think it worth doing. But yeah, some people just like to do things for fun. Okay, here we are. So the task queue is empty. Okay. New task. The payload object is an interact action. I go into task queue. Payload object is null pointer, so not putting a ref in here is still an issue. And if I do that, is it an issue? Is multiplayer planned? Like it's something I want to do, yeah. Okay, are we gonna be stuck live coding? I think we might get stuck live coding here. Hang on, cancel. Yeah, we're stuck. Okay, I'm just gonna rebuild. Welcome in, pineapples. I have not played BF. I have not played a shooter since like COD 4. I guess I played Fortnite. I had played Fortnite before, so that's probably the last shooter I played. That was like season 1 of Fortnite. Okay. New task. We have it in there. It's not in there. How do you add by ref in an array? Oh, you're old, like COD 4. Wow. Yeah. Thank you. COD 4 and Halo 3. Had to save up my own money to buy those games. Had to install a route. I had to install Wi-Fi in my own house because we didn't have Wi-Fi. I had to buy my family's first router. Saved up money for the Xbox 360, a router. Had to pay for the internet. It was basic. We were still in loincloths hunting woolly mammoths. So it was the dark ages. One button. Add 0. How do I put an array Or how do I put a ref into an array? Unreal Engine, because Unreal Engine, put ref into array. Apparently not, though. What's the biggest mammoth you've caught? Also, there being blueprints and C++ does make it hard to search for things sometimes. I know how to get a reference in an array. I want to put a reference in an array. I wonder if what I should do is add the task. I should do add get ref or something. Yeah, add get ref. And then just set this task equal to that. I wonder if that seems really hacky, but we'll see if that. I feel like that's going to result in an error. Feels like so hacky. It feels so hacky. Okay. Good luck, everyone. Have a nice day. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Pineapples. I hope you have a good day as well. Telling someone, wow, you're old while being older than 10 is crazy. Yeah, I mean, over than 10 is the new 40 nowadays, so time to get a fucking job. Start paying taxes. 10 years old, straight to the mines. The children yearn for the mines. They do. They do. They'll tell you that they don't, but they're lying. Okay. Okay, new task. Does have a payload on it. The task queue does not have the payload on it. Fuck, so that didn't even work. That didn't even fucking work. Wait, what? Not calling him out, but I'm saying as a game dev, not playing games results in me losing motivation to work on a project. I feel like I'm the opposite, because like I feel like I can't play games without being motivated to work on my own project. So it's actually very hard for me to play games and not immediately want to put it down and work on my own project, because I just get so like inspired and stuff, you know. What I end up doing is playing the game for a while, then I just start writing stuff down. Play the game for like an hour and get some ideas to write down, you know? The new task is a fucking ref. Like, what? How else am I supposed to do this? Even if I move temp or whatever? Even if I move temp. Where was that? Okay, yeah. Does move temp? Why is it called temp? Okay, we're gonna try it again. Did I not run live coding? Why are you like this? Okay, we're just gonna rebuild. Lame. Okay. Okay. New task. Okay, new task. The original new task has the pointer on it. The task that is in the queue does not. What's going on? I'm not understanding what you're trying to build. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand what's going on either. Couldn't tell you. Hang on, what is STD move? Yeah, a lot of this is over my head. Okay, so yeah, there are two different versions of this thing being used. Okay, let's try this. Just add. I don't care if you add a copy. We're just gonna add. Add a copy if you'd like. It returns the index, yeah. That should return the reference. Okay, let's try that. We're gonna skip everything. Coding. Move just enables the compiler to move memory for optimization purposes. Yeah, that's what I was. That was my understanding of it. But did we finish? Is that? Hang on, I'm gonna run that again. That seemed suspiciously fast. Wow, a 5-second live coding. That's incredible, actually. I must have been a good boy on Tim Sweeney's list. Okay. New task. We have the new object in the new task. The task queue does not have the object. Okay, we're gonna keep doing tests until we figure out how the fuck you're supposed to do this. Live coding, once again. Okay, so I'm adding a task to the task queue. I'm getting the task from the queue. I am modifying it. You never use ChatGPT off stream? No. Not really. Hardly use it on stream either. It's not that useful for me. Okay. Test task. Test task has the payload object. The task queue task has the payload object. New task does not have the payload object. That is a weird, I guess. I wonder if I need to move temp back into the new task rather than trying to move temp into the array. I'm here to hear the good word of Mart. I think we scared him off already. He was not quite as ornery today. He asked how I was, and then he left. Okay, so I wonder if I should move. Let me try this. We're gonna go new task, and we're going to move temp into the new task, which is actually the old task. You stream daily? Most days it seems. Just kind of whenever I feel like it, whenever I have time. Okay. New task has the pointer. The task queue does not have the pointer. Okay, new test. New test. New task equals test task. Do I need to move temp here? In this task, if I'm setting the current colonist task, and actually, how much of an issue is this? Let me actually, before I just, I mean, I've already spent a lot of time on it. Does it actually matter if this is putting a copy in there or not? Yeah, it does, because what we're binding to... Yeah, what we're binding to is not the actual one. That's why. Because we will have built it in here. And we bind in here as well. I wonder if we shouldn't bind a status change until just after we put it in the array. Then we don't have to worry about whether it's a copy or not. Or a ref, you know? Then we won't have to worry about it. Because that's really the only issue, right? Although, whenever we... Yeah, whenever I add a new interact action, I won't have the binding on it. But that is an issue. So I guess it would be nice to ensure that there was only one task floating around. So wait, did I test this one already? No, I don't think so. Okay. How does the place system work? Are you using snap grids or something like that? There's multiple. There's a grid mode and a free place mode. Just math. Okay. Okay. Moment of truth. New task has the payload object. Test task has the payload object. Task queue has the payload object. Yes, we did it. Holy shit, that's all it took. That's all it took. Okay. Okay, we're gonna call this in task. In task. In task. Well, but no, this is actually the opposite of what I... No, I do need to add it by ref, though. I mean, this is nice. Ah, shit, I did it backwards, yeah. Because I need that binding still. That binding has the ref on it. That binding has the fucking ref on it, and I just overrode it. So I really do need to add a ref into the array. Okay, let me try. That was Claude Sonnet 4. Okay, 2.5 Pro. Unreal Engine C++. I need to add a reference to a struct into an array such that any updates to the input struct apply to the struct in the array. I'm at a loss here. We'll see what Gemini thinks. I tried Claude 4. Claude 4 did not help. It just says add task, which is the first thing that I had. Oh, and it's also saying reassign, but I want the original. Thing is, I need the original in task to be what's in the array. Oh, here's the new mode. Add, ask, and agent. Okay, the modes used to be up there. To ensure that the in-task reference points to task within... No, but that's not what I want, because that's overriding the reference, right? If I'm not mistaken. Those are... Now, because as soon as we've added into the array, we've created a new one. We've created a new reference. The Gemini doesn't seem to understand. Okay, GPT... What is... I don't know which GPT is the best one. I have no idea. Okay, so I can't recall any of my prompts, can I? Moments ago. Okay, I'm just gonna copy that prompt. Copy. Alright, let's say you. O4 mini. Add the reference instead of... That's going to make a pointer. That's not even going to work, is it? That's not even going to work. But yeah, just add a pointer in there. Yeah, that doesn't work. So, O4 Mini was the worst. I don't think I quite understand the issue you're facing right now. I need to add a reference into an array. I need this reference to be what goes into the array. So this doesn't work because I'm assigning the... Because as soon as you add into the array, you create a copy. It seems. You create a copy. I don't want that. I tried move temp. Move temp didn't work. I thought it would. I thought I would put... I wonder if move temp and then also reassign is the move. Oh, for many GPT. I don't know. What is 4.0? Is 4.0 better than 4.1? I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. OpenAI, your naming conventions are terrible. Oh, they just have an array of pointers. I mean, I guess that is one way to solve this, right? Change it to an array of struct pointers. That is one way to do it. Unless you have an array of references, that's not going to work. I mean, you should be able to move the memory, right? There should be some way to do that. And I don't think you can just do an array of references, can you? I don't think that works. I don't think you can add anything to an array of references. So an array of pointers is one way to do it, I suppose, but that means I can't interface with this directly with blueprints. I'd have to use some wrapper functions. I mean, might as well, right? Might as well add a pointer to the new task. This is probably the only way to do it. So that just create the pointers and stuff. Now, why do you mind it being a copy? Because I am binding a delegate to it before it gets here, and I need that delegate to have the actual thing. Unless I create like a fucking subsystem to manage it, which is just like, ugh, so pain. So if I create a pointer here, the thing is like, yeah, these aren't even like the source of truth, right? Because now the source of truth for this task, God, I don't like having a pointer here. I don't like having a pointer here. Could use a t-shirt pointer that should solve all your problems. I mean, whether it's a smart pointer or a raw pointer, I still have the same issue with it in that the source of truth for these tasks are now they're not at a central location. They're not at a central location. It would be all over the place. I don't like it for that reason. I would very much like to rely on the task queue being the source for all of them. And I feel like there should be a way to add a reference into here. And I thought the move temp was my answer. I thought move temp was my answer, but I can't figure out how to use it correctly. Let me see, is there any engine usages of this? So adding and doing a move temp is something that's used quite a bit. What is check file names? It's an array. Some sort of an array. Jesus Christ, these functions are so long. My God. You could make it a, yeah, no, I'm saying I don't want pointers. I thought move temp would do it. Maybe. Ask a reference to an R value reference. Yeah, I thought, because that's taking the memory of this guy and moving it into the array now. Yeah, maybe I just need to reassign it after this to make sure that, I mean, I don't know that I care about this reference afterward. But I mean, I tried the move temp flow, and it still didn't have the updated one. Let me try that again just to make sure. So what is the point of doing it? Like, what does this do then? Because it's used all over the engine, and it makes me believe that it's moving the reference into here. Otherwise, what's the point of doing it? It seems like there is no point. I feel like that should work. Did I actually test this? I don't know. I think I just tested it locally, not the actual thing. Sad. Said hi. Hello. All right. I think my what I'll go to next if this doesn't work, which I guess I'm not super confident in it. I don't think it will work. I'm pretty sure I already tried this, but we're double checking. I guess this is to do the binding of the delegate in a different way. We're going to bind the delegate in a different way. Task not started yet, so I don't think it worked. I could change these back to a ref as well, but I don't think that matters. Yeah, not started. Yeah. Okay, so let me think about how I would want to change the delegates being bound. Let me think about that. We're binding the delegate within here. I could just bind it afterwards, after it gets added into the array. Then I would need to rebind it anytime we make a new interact action. We're going to bind a status change, and essentially what I'm doing with this like wrapper binding is trying to create a tie between a colonist task and an interact action. The interact action is what actually has the delegate on it. Yeah, because it'll be the old one unless we recall it. If we recall it here, where else can I put it? That wouldn't be... The only other places I can think of I would need to do in multiple places, which feels bad. Feels bad, man. doing it through colony entity data. I guess it doesn't really matter what object I'm doing it through. Doesn't really matter what object I'm doing it through. Yeah, I could do, like I said, I could do a map of interact action to colonist task. Maintain it that way. But let's on ChatGPT 5, fucking hilarious. It is fucking hilarious. And for those who don't know, they were hyping GPT-5 like it was going to be a fucking humanity-ending model. And it ended up being marginally better. And all of the graphs that they showed during their presentation were like straight up wrong. The numbers did not make sense. And the graphs were very misleading. And it's like, dude, did you use ChatGPT-5 to make? Did you use GPT-5 to make those presentations? Because they're fucking so bad. And how they like they were so hilariously bad that it's crazy that it got past UA or whatever. You know, nothing's really coming to mind immediately as to how I want to solve this. I guess when I create a new task, I could create it in the queue, but when I'm creating a new task, I don't know that it wants to eventually make its way into the task queue. And is this actually the issue? Yeah, this is the issue, right? This is the issue. I guess I could just do like whenever something is put into the queue, I could just rebind it. Change this back to const ref. So what that would look like, I would get f colonist task, call this one new task because it is new. This is just going to be called end task. Okay, get the ref out of there and then rebind it. Can I do this? If I reassign it in all paths? No. Must be initialized. Yeah, okay. So I'll have to like do this in each. I'll have to do this in like each one. Kind of annoying. New task. Colony data. Bind to status change. What are my params here? The context object, new task. That does not have. Yeah. Okay. So there we go. Just rebind it. Then I need to make sure the original binding isn't gonna get fired. So that's That's kind of annoying. I have to unbind it, then rebind it to the new one. That doesn't feel good either. Yeah, I think that would technically work. It really feels like there should just be a better way that I'm doing the status change things. I could just change it to where nothing... I am updating it here. Yeah, fuck, man. I could write a system. I could write something on the colony data that says, hey, whenever any interact action changes, if there is a colonist task that contains it, call it. That way there's no binding at all, really. But I would need to iterate over every colonist task. But it would be on a per colonist level, so that actually there wouldn't be that many. Then I would check the interact action pointers. And that way there's only like one binding actually. Well, I guess I would kind of want a interact action system thing, maybe. Which would probably just be on the proxy actor. Is what I mean. I wonder if I should making an entire interact entity data seems overkill. When I could just put it on the proxy actor. And yeah, I mean, I guess every proxy actor just having that by default is probably what I would want. Like, I would want anything spawned in the world to be able to interact with the world. That doesn't sound too bad. Let me open up proxy actor. So anytime an interact action changes, I could update it on here, on the proxy actor, which would have a single delegate. So like, for instance, interact with object. Where is it? Update status happens there. It happens there. I guess that would instead be... Got my nose. That would instead be a function on the proxy actor. I could make a utils function, call it easy. From entity context. And then that would call a function on proxy actor, which would update the status and then dispatch a delegate. And then I guess there's no, I guess we take the delegate off the interact action. Now, how would blueprints be able to potentially respond? I feel like there is a place where I bind to a delegate in blueprints. Bind to an interact action delegate. Like it makes sense. It feels like it really makes sense to be able to bind, be like, hey, I care about this interact action. Let me know when it updates. Like that makes a lot of sense. Why is that so hard to get working? It lives on the interact action. And I guess what's stopping me from like just doing a map of interact action to which task cares about it, just, I mean, I don't know, just extra memory, just wasting memory, I suppose. Even creating that map, like I still have to manage these tasks not being the ref. I could create the shared pointers on the colonist tasks or just raw pointers or whatever. But then it's like, where are the sources of truth for those task pointers? Where are the tasks actually living? Because like in the, I reuse the task in the, I create it like whenever a player is interacting with colonist, the colonist is like, has this task on them, on the NPC character that is being built as the player is interacting. Then it gets added to the queue. If I add a pointer, then usually I reset the task and reuse it for the next time. Right? I mean, if that's what's happening, then it would have reset the ref in the array. I guess I just create a new one. It's like, what happens to that pointer that was there, though? What happens to the memory? What have I gotten myself into? Why is this so... No, I feel like I've gotten, with this refactor, I've gotten myself into so many situations where no answer is satisfying. That no solution is satisfying. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just deep in thought right now. So I build the task that gets called from blueprints when I'm creating the task. That does the binding. It binds to the delegate. This task gets added into the task queue, which creates a copy. This delegate now no longer points to the correct one anymore. This build construct task also, it's called from here. I guess I could bind from outside of this, so I would need to be binding in two places. I could take this, put it here. And then I would also need to bind once it gets added to the colony queue. That seems fine. There's only 2 places. The annoying part is that I then have to do that. I mean, I guess I'm already going to be calling this in every build construct task thing. So I guess it's not that annoying. I'll just say if task to handle dot interact action, then we bind to it, right? Although I think that probably already checks it in there, so I would just need colony data. Change that back to a ref. What do you think about the game Power World? Is your project similar to it, or how would you compare the two? Why Power World? Is that just your favorite game or something? I enjoyed it. I think Power World was good. Pathfinding sucked. All the pals getting stuck on everything. It was super annoying, but it was a fun game. I think Game Freak and Nintendo got what was coming to them because they made shit games, and then someone finally came and did what they should have been doing the whole time. Is my game similar to Power World? I mean, yeah, in some respects, I suppose so. I don't have pals, I have colonists. And it will be more so, you're not capturing pals or anything, right? Like it's not a Pokemon style thing. There is some colony simulation in both games though. So there is a little bit of overlap there. And I guess what happens to... I guess the lambda just gets cleaned up eventually because this interaction, it becomes a null pointer. Okay. So I guess I just don't care. I just let the delegate binding get cleaned up along with the interact action. I think that's how that works. Okay, we'll see what happens here. I should maybe... Oh, I need to check if this is valid. Hang on. Stop. Okay, now do it. Okay. Okay. Now let's step through. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we've gotten here. What is current task at the moment? Not started. So we are starting the current task. Which is task in progress. Task to handle. It is marked as in progress. I think we did it. I think that's it. I think we did it. I think the only issue now, though, I mean, I think so. Yeah, marked as in progress. I think that's it. I think we got it. We got here. Yeah, we need to rebind. All right, Mart, chill the fuck out, my dude. I know you want attention, but I'm working on something at the moment. My purpose in life is to not just give you attention whenever you show up. That is not anyone's purpose in life. Your own self-value has to come from within, or else you will be unhappy for most of your life. But we finally got here. This is the part that we were never getting to. The prophet has arrived, yes. Okay. So I guess the problem I think now is that we're actually going to... I think there's actually going to be a case where two... No, because we're only binding after it gets put into the maybe not. Okay, what is the status change here? Or we're just binding. Yeah, we're just binding at this moment. Task to handle is succeeded. But I guess we probably don't have... Yeah, the interact action is a null pointer. So yeah, we should have just skipped. Yay, he's like not running around. He actually completed. Let's look at his state. Okay, what's your state, my dude? He has no colonist task. He has no interact action. Does it do the thing? The thing is being done. Is this how I want it to be done, though? Is this my final implementation? Okay, what's annoying about this? What's annoying about this? This feels super weird. I mean, I guess it's not that weird. I mean... Refactor final v4 draft 2. Yeah. Draft 2.0.1. Minor B. Morning, Jed. Or good evening. Is this what I want to do here? I guess I always want to bind to the first one, so I could just do something like this. Yeah, I guess if we're always setting the current. Now, anytime I add to... So the code gets a little simpler, but it still feels a little weird. I'm wondering if I just need a better system to like handle this. Right now I'm just using the colony data, although I don't know what else. By system I mean like an object or something. I'll say the copy. The source of truth. Here, I'll rebind to the potential new interact. It just, I guess with the, so this system, I guess theoretically works. It theoretically works. It feels a little awkward. There's a lot of moving parts. I think the only way to simplify that, though, would be to combine the two systems, which is the world I came from. That was pre-refactor to the refactoring part for the finale part 2. Yeah, I guess just the interact status binding is the part that feels... That's the part that feels confusing. How could that get better? I guess maybe having a dedicated system to handle that, just so it's all in a centralized location. But that kind of is what the colony data is acting like. We're just kind of handling it in utils functions because of fucking blueprints. Could I write a processor for this? I mean, that doesn't seem necessary because this is all happening like outside of the I mean, it's happening through state trees basically, so I would update the task, and then I would have a processor that iterates over every colonist task and checks if it needs to be changed or something. That just feels like that's actually that's wasted compute at that point. I mean, this works. This works. I mean, maybe I should just move forward with this. I just wanted to take a second to reflect upon the system now that it kind of works. Now, I do need to make sure of a few things here. So we can get rid of that. That was not the issue. The issue, so I said $100 if this doesn't work. Technically it didn't work, but it was still, I did find the issue, so I think I'm half right there. I think I'm half right. Let's rebuild. Just get a nice fresh build here. I think this might be the last day for the refactor. I'm hoping. I'm hoping. I suppose now I just need to fix up everything. Which is right now just foraging. I just need to fix foraging. And ensure that the different task targets work. Okay, so yeah, let's test some of the other ones now. So we need, I just did construct target. Okay, that one's gonna be disallow. Join my colony. Let's start you. Do task, construct, anywhere. Do I need all these breakpoints? I think we can get rid of some of these. I think I do want to see that one. Yeah, so construct action should be null there. That is true. Now we should get in here, right? So maybe I want a breakpoint. I want a breakpoint there. Do we have it? We do have an interact with object. Okay, so it did get populated. It should have been, this was anywhere. Wait a second. It's not equal to target, and there is no interact with object. We get to the else. Yeah, so we just go through all the unbuilt buildings and get construction candidates and be constructed. Is construction allowed? So yeah, there is one that it shouldn't construct. But I guess now the thing to check for is if he goes to the next one after this one is completed, because that should now work. I think I do want to see the other updates there. Sir. Okay. Come on, man. I thought you were gonna do it. Everything looked good. He still has the construction task. He does not have an interact action. The fuck happened, mate? The fuck happened? Construct task valid. Cool. Then what happened? No proxy data or interact action. It never got set onto the proxy actor? I mean, I think that is what should have happened first, right? Then we should have gotten to the process colony task queue. That should have done something there. After he's done idling, he should try to do that. There is the task queue. There is no interact action on it. What happened to the interact action? I didn't hit that breakpoint. I think I already fixed all those. That shouldn't be an issue. This is in process task. Did I hit here or something? I don't think I saw that happen. Bro, I've got breakpoints on all these things. Maybe I need to check the end interacts on here. So this should be something like handle something selected, handle task target selected. Yeah, I do end interaction before I set and build the colonist task. Is this Xcode? Oh my fucking god. That's the worst one I've heard. That has to be the worst one I've heard. Get that Xcode demon worship out of here. Yeah, so that should have ended interaction first. So we would have cleared the proxy actor interact action. So yeah, where else built it? Let's restart. I will put that breakpoint back momentarily. Okay. Let me do task construction anywhere. He did get the interaction points and stuff for it. What happened after? What happened after this? We got there. I was doing set and then build. Set current colonist task. Oh. And wait, does the select target work? Yeah, it does. So wait, what is clearing the interact action? What is clearing the interact action? I set current task, and then I build it. Wait a second. Is that always what I do? No, I'm setting afterwards. Yeah, that's the issue. That one was wrong. Build it first, then set it. Which is interesting. Yeah, I don't think we'd want to set it in the queue. There could be like a race condition that happens. We would want to set it in the queue before. Okay, so I think that was that issue there. Okay, it did get set. It did get set. Interaction status has changed. Good for you. Okay, so it completed. It completed? Good. We will be building a new construct task. Process task happened on interact action. The last one has succeeded. So we're setting it to null. So it like went back around. Oh, and we're getting it. We're hitting this as well. Yeah, so they're both returning succeeded here. Nice. Nice. And now we're finished. Uh-oh, he's stuck. I think. Oh no, he's idling. He's not stuck. He's idling for a long time. Okay, so that's wrong, because the idle should be timed. Why are you stuck in idle? He did, I guess he did try to do wander move to, but he just immediately transitioned out of it. Why is he stuck idling for so long? That's so strange. Do I have a log for that? I don't know if I have a log for... Interstate, wait for 3.5 seconds for entity 0. Tick wait task. The wait task did tick. I guess I'm gonna throw a breakpoint in the wait task because apparently it's like still ticking. Oh, I guess I'm just checking if the so that has to happen, right? Yeah, the duration has not elapsed. Why? The chosen duration is 2 seconds. Wait, that's different from what I saw. Are we in a new? Okay, there we go. So this did get hit. Oh, can he not move anywhere? Oh, is he off the nav mesh? I wonder. Uh-oh, he's a stuck little boy, isn't he? He is a stuck little boy. Yep, I see it. I see it. Okay. Sorry, that was weird. Why did I call him a little boy? That was weird. I'm sorry. I said he was a stuck little boy. Why did I say that? Combat exit. So yeah, he does do other things. I mean, what's the nav mesh look like right now? Yeah, I don't... Why are you stuck? Let me just, like... Okay, see, he wasn't stuck. So was that just an issue? Hey, let's restart. Is that an issue with the construction task? Does that always happen? Yeah, okay, so let's, I think we can get rid of some of these breakpoints here. Uh-oh. Bro, I literally check if it's valid. What more do you want from me? I checked if it was valid. Which I presume it never was. Yeah, because we're done. That didn't happen the first time I tried. Do I need to call the isValid function specifically? No, I should never need to call isValid low level. Why did that get all messed up? On interact status change. We called handle status change implementation. We set interact action to null pointer. I wonder, is this an issue with some of the old interact actions not getting cleaned up, or some of the old delegates not getting cleaned up? Do I need to manually unbind? Or does that happen on when the pointer gets cleaned up? Let's check how consistent that issue is. Join my colony. Construct anywhere. Worked that time, and now his idle's working too. What's happening here? Once again, this, what is this pointer? Debug log context object class? This isn't even the right pointer. This ain't even it. Why is that being so weird? Okay, so there's some weirdness. So, yeah, there is some weirdness happening here. I should probably come up with a smarter way to store this. Would just a T-shared pointer be the answer here? I guess so. Because there's the interact action. But you can't do a blueprint to it. What is isn't it, you can do a T-soft object pointer, that's the blueprint version of it. But I think a T-shared pointer would solve my problems there. but then I can't, it's not exposed to blueprints. Dude, I fucking hate that so much. Garbage collection is valid, won't prevent GC issues. Yeah, I mean, there's some inconsistent things happening. And it does have to do with the interact action being nulled. Thing is, I do want it to get garbage collected. I do want it to get garbage collected. One of the times we got here and the interact action was... Apparently it wasn't null here, but it was here. Even though I'm setting it to null pointer before we even get here. And then the second time, interact action was just set to some, like, it was an assertion error. It was an assertion issue. So it didn't actually crash or anything. It was just like some weird ass, the interact action wasn't even the right pointer, it seemed. You're on GC ever take to see before station. Yeah, I'm aware. Thing is, like, we should never get there if it would have to get garbage collected. But like, even if it is pending garbage collect, this still would return false. Like, it literally gets set to null here. Then I build a construct task. I update, then I set the proxy actor interaction action to null pointer. I don't know if I want to do that here. I'm going to comment that out. I don't know if I want that there. That's not the issue. That's a side thing. And so we would get in here. We would make a new one. We would make a new interact action. Oh, I never clear async flags. I never clear the async flags. I should do that. And yeah, that probably would only be an issue on the construct anywhere, not the construct target, because it actually rebuilds it, and the rebuild part does happen on the background thread. Pass handle interact action. That might have been the issue. That is a potential. That is a potential for the issue. And I guess I can set GC every tick. I'm not sure if that would replicate the issue or not, though. It kind of seems like the kind of issue that was race condition-y. Just see if there's any weirdness happening again. Okay. Okay. Okay, but now he's not moving. Once again. We'll have to figure that out too. Okay, why is check support all... Everything's broken. God damn it. Keep constructing. Oh god. What fucking button did I press? What? Oh my god, the editor just freaks out sometimes. What happens if I try to build that? Will he try to build it? He just gets stuck on it because it's not allowed. Okay. Hang on, buddy. Let's retry. Hey dude, hope you're having a good day. Thank you. I hope you are as well. Okay, yep. Go construct things. Yeah, it seems to be fine now. We can do the... hang on. Oh, lag city. Oh, Jesus. Hang on. No, come back. Pressed it wrong because of the lag. Yeah, I think the async flags was messing it up. That seems like it was the issue. Yeah, I'm gonna say that that's what it was. That does seem like something that would be the issue. You plan on making this game playable to the public eventually? I would like that. That's pretty far away. That is pretty far away. So I'm not really even thinking about it at the moment. Okay. So yeah, I'm not setting the... where was it? Yeah, setting the proxy actor interact action to null. I wasn't setting it there. And that should get set by null, get set to null by the state tree now, the state tree interact status stuff. And so actually what I wanted to also do is the process. Yeah, I want an exit state. So I don't have to come back into the... I don't have to come back in here. Okay, and then in here, these two are, I think, what I want. God, I have to do basically all the same shit. Oh, I guess I don't care about, guess I don't care about instance data there. Okay, let's rebuild there. I'm gonna take a quick break. Maybe grab some more coffee or something, we'll see. But I'll be back after that, so BRB, guys. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, thank you. I have more coffee. I have more coffee. Now, what did I do? I always do this. I kick off a rebuild. Yes, the exit state. Okay. So let me throw some breakpoints in here. We're going to exit there. I want to know if we hit either of these as well. These might not even be necessary anymore. Although, why would we exit state? Why would we exit state? Oh, just whenever this complete interact with the object. Which we just call, yeah, we're just calling that on. So I want to know if it failed as well. Yeah, otherwise it's running. Finished here. This is never going to really be the case, actually. I guess it gets called once. Yeah, so if there's an instant interaction, we can automatically do this, right? Yeah, although I don't know, maybe every interact function should handle that just to be consistent about it. And then what other breakpoints do I want in here? Maybe process colony task QQ. Maybe. I hate that I'm not getting code coloring there. Yeah, I guess just that. Just that. Maybe I want to know when we set interaction. We'll see. Let's do 2. Go in my colony, do task, construct anywhere. Okay, so yeah. We've set the initial one. Good. Oh, this is going to run every time. Okay, that's going to run every time. 2. Okay, yeah. So we get here first. We return success. Then we should be hitting the exit state. Yes. So that way we don't need to come back in here to unvalidate itself. Although I think what I want to do is maybe just call the same function. Because if I do get back in here and there's one that's already completed, I don't want to do it again. So we'll probably need to do that either way. Either way. Do it on exit as well, yeah. I think that did work. Success. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think I do want that. I think that works nicely. Where was processed? Yeah, there we go. Put that up there. So I think I want to just call, I guess I just can call process task. So honestly, like undo all of that, or we're just gonna recall it in exit state. We're just not going to care about the result there. Although, like this, what was here? Hang on, what was here? Ah, yeah, the handler stuff. Okay, yeah, delete that. Yeah, the initiated at world time. Yeah. Do I always want to set this pointer? Or should I just do like a if not equal? I don't think it matters. It's just the instance data. Although, should it just be if there is no interact action? Currently? Or this just always grabs, the proxy actor interact action. I think this is fine. I think this is fine. And then the colony utils process task queue stuff. What am I going to do about that? What am I going to do about that? Do I care? Because it seems to work fine. I was just thinking that this get current colonist task could benefit as kind of like the colonist task processor type thing. But we have the colony queue, task queue, just being processed by nature of updating the status. And then the tasks get updated anytime an interact action gets updated, basically. I suppose there could also be a... I mean, I think this is fine for now. Let's Yagni that you aren't going to need it. I don't know that I'm going to need to process the queue in that way. This works. Let's stick with it. I'm going to rebuild, get a fresh build here. That entity interact action. Good. Good. Yeah, I think this is working swell. Interact utils. Oh, I had two of those open. Process interact action. Yeah, I guess let's just continue to make sure that that works. Wait a second. Wait, where did my other code go? There was other code in here. Hang on. Okay, I gotta rewrite it. I didn't undo enough, I suppose. Status equals failed. And then I was returning success on both of them, right? Interact action status equals interact status succeeded. We return. I mean, maybe I should just fold this into the same one. Yeah, let's just do this in the same one. We'll just kind of... Same thing happens, essentially. And then... The log. Can I... This is probably going to show up bad. Enum get value as name. I think strings don't show up correctly. Yeah, I think that's probably not going to show up correctly. Okay. Live coding that. Let's make sure that works, and we'll check all of the other... We are finalizing it. The finale, this is shaping up to be the final finale. This is shaping up to be that way. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna space these out this way. You, sir. Now we need to keep an eye on the within radius. I think that was just 2. Uh-oh, yeah, the location is not correct. Yeah. So we gotta fix those. Right. What are you doing there, brother? What are you doing? Okay, yeah, so that's wrong. Let's see if the other ones work still. If construct anywhere works. Still. Okay. Yeah, so I just need to set the, I need to, uh-oh. Where is he going? Okay, it doesn't work. Okay, we've broken it. We've broken it. Okay. What broke that? Okay. Yeah, what did I break? This was the only thing I changed, right? That was the only substantial thing I changed, right? And he goes over there when there's an invalid building that didn't get properly handled. Also, actually, I kind of want to move that below here. Update task status. So that kind of happens when the I guess the colonist task doesn't populate the interaction properly. Okay, can we pause for a sec? Pause for a sec. What? I'm in the wrong window. Okay, vlogger, go. Okay, we finished that one. We are going to build the construct task, the new one. So we should be getting here. We do have an unbuilt building, so that should be... We do have an interact with objects, so we should be getting here, yeah? We do get there, okay. That's good. So now what should happen? We bind to the new interact action. We should have, I suppose we should have exited the process interact action. We should have exited at that point already, right? Is that the flow? Yeah, because we would have updated, that would have responded, and well, we might be exiting after this, actually. Oh, because I'm not setting it to null pointer here. Yeah. Okay, that's what I missed. That's what I missed. Yeah, trying to run live coding in the middle of a breakpoint session usually means it never completes. I feel like that's been my experience with it. We're just gonna rebuild. Okay. We're getting there, guys. We're fucking getting there. Okay, I don't know that I need that breakpoint. All right. Construct anywhere. Okay, yeah. I think we're good now. I think we're good. Seated. 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 Yes. Okay, let me see if that, I want to know if that log ever shows up properly in here. So now we're going to test build within radius. We should just get 2 of them here. No more buildings to construct. Okay, so that just straight up didn't work. Oh, right, because we're not setting the fucking thing. At least it failed properly. We failed successfully. Don't you love it? Don't you love it? Yeah, I want to see if that log shows up properly though, just out of curiosity. We want to see interaction. I guess we never got to the, yeah, we never got to the interact with. I don't think that ever actually got logged there. Okay, I need to set, so I need to set the task initiated at location and probably time as well. Which is not set in here. And I'm kind of using this as a rebuild as well. So this should be like... It's basically, if this hasn't been set, it should be set. And I hate vectors because it's a struct, right? You can't tell if it's been set or if it's 0. For time, I can tell that it's not been set. I guess I need to handle it when it goes into the queue. Right. Is it when it goes into the queue or when it gets processed from the queue? Which one would you guys think? Because like, if you're telling a colonist, I need you to go do something for a certain amount of time. Well, I also don't even know I also don't even know what the how do I say this? Like, I don't know whether it's going to be do it until a certain time or do it for a certain amount of time. Because you could, there's a subtle difference there. There could be multiple tasks in the queue. The task that you say to do for a certain amount of time, if that's not the first one in the queue, the time won't start ticking until they start doing it. But you might, yeah, let's for now, I think we can, let's add the time onto the task when it gets processed. When it goes from not started to started, I think. I think that makes sense. Get world, get time seconds. Yeah. But the task initiated at location is like, is this a task given at time or task initiated at time? I think for the location, it does need to be captured whenever the player gives it to the colonist. So initiated When you're saying, hey, do this within a radius, are you saying do this within a radius of wherever you end up being when you start the task? I don't think so. I think you're trying to say do this within the current radius. So in that case, we would want to capture that here when we add it to the queue. Which means we also need, like, I need a location. transform entity data. I guess we just go auto. Transform data. If we have transform data in task initiated at location, there we go. What? What are you saying to me? Oh, it's right, it's const. Right. Okay, so I think we need to do this inside here. Well, in this case, this is the set current colonist task function. I'll need to change this in the future. I know I will. I'll need to maybe change this to just add current or add task to queue or something. But I think this should be fine. I think that should be fine. Fine for now. It'll need to change in the future when I have tasks getting added to potentially the end of the queue and whatnot, you know. Join my colony. Construct within radius 15 meters. Okay, he's actually doing it. Now that circle was not what I thought it should be. That circle was. And I know there is a bit of a I know there's a bit of a race condition on the log, but it's non-gameplay impacting. Okay, let's do this here. Okay, follow me. No, follow me. Come hither. Okay. Construct within radius. We can do that. It didn't find any. Task initiated at location was right because it's not set. Yeah, okay. I'm glad I did that second test. But yeah, it's literally not set at this point. But I can't set it within here. Do I have to rely on doing this from blueprints? is I can't set it in here every time because I'm using this as like a rebuild construct task. Unless I saved and reapplied the task initiated app, but that would still like, yeah, I need to rely on that being set when it gets passed in here. Yeah, so this isn't going to work. Twerk. I think task initiated at time is fine because finding the buildings isn't predicated upon that at all. So yeah, with my current system, I have to do that in blueprints. Which I'm not sure that there's a big compelling reason not to. I was just thinking that I didn't want to have to do that everywhere, and I would like that to be in a central location. I think it's already pretty central. Handle radius selected. Handle radius specified. Yeah, so I guess this is when I can make task duration options, set members, target radius. I should do... That's where I should set the initiated at location. I suppose I could just, I suppose I can just get actor location here, actually. Right? I was gonna get all the entity data and stuff, but that, like, this should always be an actor when the player is interacting with them. So easy peasy, right? Yep, and we're done. It works! Yay! Yay! So I think those are the only two I have working, and I did construct anywhere. Oh, I have within area too. Okay, so let's try that. Okay, within area. Oh, the area builds around the blueprints. Interesting. Do task, construct, within area. Ooh, let me also test. I don't know if I've tested this. Oh, no, my allowed tasks are... Wait, why are they broken? What? What is this? Okay, I have no idea what state it's in. Okay, I deselected it. Okay. Okay, so those are broken at the moment. Wonderful. Wonderful. Construct within area, area 1. Okay, that didn't work. Great. Great. Okay, let's try... I'm gonna put a new one in there. Bro, it's insane. How did you learn coding? Give some advice for rookies. I learned by doing, basically. Yeah, I've just always been trying to do things. You know, Google search is your friend. Yeah, it's been a while since I've learned to code, so any advice I have is quite dated at the moment. Okay, so let's set this back up again. My build an area. Yep. Okay, so those both should be in the... Those both should be, like, in the area, right? Yeah, they're fucking in the area. Okay. If task type equals within area. Okay, so closest within area. Okay, yeah, let's put a breakpoint there and there. Also, I guess I took that breakpoint out. Task, construct within area. Ooh. Nothing happened. Wait, nothing. What? Nothing happened. Okay, so I think I just need. I haven't wired it up. Did I not wire it up? Handle target area. Handle choose area selected. Yeah. So I need to put the build task. Build action for colonist task. Yep. Okay. I think those are all the ones I need to have working at the moment. I'll look again after this. But yeah, okay. It just literally wasn't even getting triggered, so. Okay, we're gonna do the area. So we got 2 buildings in the area. Interesting that you can't interact with the building when the area is over there. But we're gonna disallow that one. So he shouldn't build that one or that one. Go in my colony, do task, construct within area 1. Okay, we did get here that time. We did get here. Yeah, we do have the 2 buildings in there. Yeah. Okay. Okay, he's going. Yep, he's building the right one too. Yep, and we're done. Oh, wait a second. Oh, it's null pointer. Is it? Dot get actor. Yeah, it might be null pointer here. Yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. That is exactly what I wanted. Exactly what I wanted. Okay, so that works beautifully. Construct within radius, within an area, and anywhere. They all work. Now, one thing I did notice that was broken was selecting a disallowed building. Selecting a disallowed building. I'm wondering what should happen upon attempting to construct a disallowed building. I mean, I suppose, first of all, I shouldn't allow it to be selected, but I'm thinking more low level, just at any point. Like, I should probably update the, first of all, is interactable. If it's disallowed, is it interactable? Should it be the same as can be constructed? If it's not built and construction is allowed. Oh, Andy has support. Yeah, it probably should be. That way, am I allowed to select it? Because I should be calling is selectable on handle select, or what is it, the trace is valid select target trace. Yeah, I should probably call the is interactable, right? I guess I need to redefine what those functions mean. Because I was saying that is interactable is whether or not interact should be called. So I think I ended up putting like some distance check functionality in there for like my environment object. ISMC. Oh, in the interactable ISMC, I moved it. Is interactable at the bottom. Yeah, there's distance check stuff in there. So yeah, that's not going to work. For now, we'll just do can be constructed. Interacting actor. Yeah, that will need to be passed in. I guess right now it does nothing, but I need to know. I probably in the future I want to check if that actor actually is capable of constructing it for like construction skills and colony permissions, stuff like that. So I don't want to pass in. I think I need to pass in the proxy actor. But I don't have like a nice way to do that, I think, from. I don't use like proxy. Yeah, I just like manually good at it. Okay, let's make another function. Proxy actor pure. Add return results terminal. What the fuck does that mean? Never seen that one before. I guess I still need to check if it's valid, right? It's not valid. I mean, I don't know if does it hurt if I do that? Yeah, we're just gonna do that. So get proxy actor. There we go. So that should const pure. Okay, so that should prevent me from, hopefully, from selecting disallowed buildings. So join my colony. Yeah, I can't select that. Oh, that was a weird. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's a weird state I just put myself into. That's a weird state I just put myself into. He still thinks we're interacting. That's so funny. He's like, wait, come back. I've been meaning to ask you about your car's extended warranty. Okay, so yeah, interacting build mode while, or executing build mode during an interaction just completely fucks it up. Okay, word. I guess when I start build mode, I should end whatever interaction I'm in, right? That is end build mode. Don't I have a start build mode? Where's my start build mode? I guess maybe on end build mode. No, it's really on start build mode, which I guess is an ability, right? So the ability. Because I may also want to do a thing where I can enter build mode without ending the interaction. I'm going to kick that one down the road. I'm going to kick this can down the road because I think there's something else I want to do, and I'll touch on that later. We put 1, 2. One of you is going to be disallowed. And then you are going to join my colony. Select target. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Yeah, so he can't do the disallowed one. Good. Good, Anakin, good. Nice. Nice. Okay, construction's working. Construction is back up to parity. The Refactor finale part 2 is coming to a finale. All we need to do now is forage handler. Yay. Okay, now we have all this newfound knowledge of how our task system is supposed to work. We know how it's supposed to work. Build forge task. Yeah, we do want that to be that way. Yeah, we do want the uparam ref passed in. What else do we need to do here? Handle task status change implementation. So it should be really similar to this, right? Basically the same, except I'm calling a different build task there. And I'm kind of thinking, yeah, I think this should be basically the entirely the same. So I'm wondering how much inheritance I should use here. Actually, now that I'm looking at it. I guess, first of all, let's just make sure it works first. Let's do the same thing. Build forge task. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should use a little bit more inheritance there. Okay. Yeah, so setting the task to handle to empty struct is no longer what we want to do here. This is failure. I do want to know when we get there. Let's just do an else. Just do an else there. I do need to do this. Right. Well, no, I'm going to be making from hit result, or yeah, on target I will make from hit result, which should populate that. There is no environment action return, although yeah, we are going to be setting to null pointer, so this is going to be a little bit different. This is now going to be yeah, we're just going to do the same, basically the same thing. Which again, a lot of repeated things making me feel like if the colonist task, if the task to handle, I don't think, yeah, we don't do that anymore. Ow. I'm not actually like using the entity for anything really here. Okay, so we will need to boot up the world here. Vlog entity, uforge handle default. No more forge items to gather in radius. No more forge items to gather in area. Okay, so I think we can just run live coding there. I didn't make any substantial changes. Really. Honestly. So we'll need to boot up the world for this, the full world. We should be good there. Okay. And let's turn off spawning. Do not spawn mobs. Do not come. Okay. We need to find some mushrooms. Well, this is going to be kind of a bad test level, honestly. Because our colonist is going to spawn somewhere up here. It's a cool seed, but we need a different one, unfortunately. 512. Okay, 513. Let's see it. Okay, this will work. That'll work fine. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, spawner. Spawn me a colonist caster, yes. Okay, where is he? He's somewhere over there. There he is. Okay, I need to find some mushrooms first. Well, come with me. Okay, come with me. We are on a quest to find mushrooms. I think I see some. Yes. Go get that mushroom. Okay, what are you doing? He's just staring at it real hard. Buddy, I think you need to actually pick it. If you stare at it, it doesn't just go straight in your inventory. Let's see, why does he think that? Interact with object is none. Okay. Interact with object is none. Okay, so we're gonna try again. Interact with object never got set from that. Okay, so I don't think we did the make from hit result properly here. Yeah, we should still set that, I think. The interact with object. Should that always be the actor? I don't know. Because I do set the ISMC specifically, so we need to specifically use the ISMC. I think here. Where am I referencing interact with object? Yeah, so I do need to set that because the interact with object relies on that, right? I think. So, yeah, and it's basically null. So wait, why isn't this failing then? This should fail entirely. Right? Failed. Okay, but I'm not updating the task status here. That's the issue. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so I think that was our issue as to why we didn't recover from this situation. Not our issue for why the interaction didn't happen. But it's a good test, right? It is a good test to make sure that we can recover from things that are invalid situations. This might be one of those scenarios that never completes because of the debugger. Yeah, we're just gonna rebuild. Rebuild. Do. Okay. And then yeah, I just need to populate that interact with object. That has to be populated. So I should probably just get rid of the ISMC property. And then the environment object interact just turns into a container for an instance ID, really. Is likely what I will need to do. So let's make sure that we can handle that failure case before I fix it. I think I know what I need to do. I think I know what I need to do. Okay. Where's the motherfucker at? Come here, you. There he is. Come here. We are on a quest for mushrooms. Go. Okay. Okay, so this happened again. This happened again. The interact action is none. And it was none when we got here. Should have been, at least. Yeah. I thought the clear async flags would have helped there. Make an interact action for entity. I mean, I guess we would have made... Wait, would we have made one? Oh, did I not? I didn't set it to null when we came down here. Is that the issue? Although I don't. Hard to get through 50 brain rot streams in order to find a stall on this type of stream. Yeah, you're really digging through the trough there. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, I'm so far down. I'm not doing anything exciting today, so that's probably why usually the shorts algorithm pops off a little bit more. Usually when I'm looking at like the procedural world and stuff like that, that's when we get the viewers. That's what brings the voice to the yard, you know. Not so much debugging C++. Doesn't exactly, you know, get them going. Okay. So wait, we get... It's null, we do build, construct task, or forge task. I would have made one. I feel like I should be setting the interact action to null here. Update the task status to succeeded. We're going to remove it from the queue. Process again. So wait, what, I guess just by nature of being removed from the queue, the interact action gets cleared. Is that what I was relying on? I feel like I wasn't relying on that. Maybe I should when we're finished. Maybe I should do something like when we update the colony task status, maybe if status is succeeded or failed, we should null out we should null out the interact action, I think, at that point. And then that way we don't end up binding to it. Either we null it out there, or when we bind a status change, we also check that the current task is not finished or failed. Either one works. I kind of like nulling it out there, though. Let's do that. So we're gonna have to rebuild from that. Now, so I guess maybe I didn't fix that issue. Either I didn't fix that issue, or the way that the forage task gets constructed is different. Let me, after this build, I'm going to check. Well, it was the, I guess it would have been the, was it the reattempt that did it? Or the initial attempt? The initial attempt should not have been built on the background thread. I think it was the reattempt. New seed. New seed. 514. Another spiky zone. Big spiky zone. Oh, this is a bad zone because I don't have any mushrooms. Got a red zone there. But we're in the forest biome, so that's... Look at that cave. That's so nice. Oh my god, that's like a perfect little cave. You know what I mean? Perfect little cave. Okay, spawn me a colonist, please. Wonderful. Join my colony, and we are going to... Oh, perfect. There's some right next to us. Yeah, we still have some weird issues here. Why? Why do we have these weird issues? So it is marked as not started. And the interact action changed to null. It's null at this point. So did it get garbage collected? I thought I understood my own system here by this point. So we would have gotten to... Wait, where would we have gotten to? Wait, why didn't I have... It got marked as failed. Where did that happen at? Oh, it might have been this. Was it that? I don't think it was that. Where did it get marked as failed at? As in handle task status changed. Oh, we haven't gotten to that breakpoint yet. Okay, yeah, why would that have gotten garbage collected? That shouldn't have been garbage collected at that point, right? I haven't removed it from anywhere. How far back in time can I go? I can go here, but what is the interact action here? It should still exist as a pointer on the struct. Or not as a pointer. Or no, yeah, as a pointer. As a pointer. It should exist as a pointer on the struct. Wait, is it because I got rid of the U property on... No, the task queue still has a U property on it. Have you tried GPT-5 yet? I bet you can copy and paste those files and it would instantly fix it. InBody, do you even understand what I'm doing right now? If you understood what I was attempting to do right now, you would understand that AI cannot help me here. This is my own system that I've been building that is very opinionated and very specific. AI is not good for that. I'm not going to copy and paste in every file into ChatGPT. Like the number of files that I would have to paste in there for it to even have the proper context, only for it to spit out something that's either wrong or suboptimal, when I could just do it myself and learn my own system better. What you doing? I'm attempting to figure out why there's a garbage collection issue. Why is my interact action getting garbage collected off of my colonist task, the colonist task should have a pointer. It has a pointer to the interact action, as does the proxy actor. They both have a pointer on there. But when I mark the interact action as failed, it seems to happen that the interact action is getting garbage collected. Now I could change that to a shared pointer. That would fix the issue. Crusader, welcome in. I could change it to a shared pointer. That would fix the issue, but that would make it to where it's not exposed to blueprints. I need it exposed to blueprints, both on the proxy actor and on the colonist task. And I need it as a property so I can use it on the state tree as well. So I can't even just change it to a function that reads from a shared pointer property. I'm not seeing it like where it would have gotten garbage collected, like in between what two states? Maybe let me try to find that there. So we update status, and this is the action itself. And this seems to only happen on this is happening consistently on the forage task and not on the construct task. So once we've gotten here, there was an interact action here. We would have it called handle task status changed in the colonist task handler. What is this? And then once we get here, oh, I null it there on purpose, but then I would have built a new one. So it's a different one at this point. Let me throw a breakpoint in there. Because now we have task to handle. Yeah, at this point, it's null. Like, it's not there at this point. Yeah, I will have set it. Environment object action. It is the right class. It is passing the right type. Let me put a breakpoint there. Okay, at least he failed successfully. Okay, so is this the original interact action? I guess let me put a breakpoint there. So it failed. We're trying again. And why isn't the task to handle maintaining a pointer to this, I guess, is my question. And why was it pretty consistently doing it on the construct task? Yeah, it's there. We go here. Is it still there? Still there. Does task to handle have it on there? Yes. What are your flags? No flags. And so for some reason we are now going to get here. Task to handle. It's now nulled. Why? First of all, that's fine because I know this is an invalid one anyway. And I guess it went through the if I got here, I would have called the update status on it from one of these places. Probably there. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it would have been none by the time I got in here, too. What on earth is this? Why are widgets throwing a fit now? Okay, I'm gonna retest the construct task, because that was working flawlessly. Your project all in C++? Mostly. It's probably 70-80% is in C++. Yeah, that's all. That's working fine. Can I ask about PPs? Sure, you can ask whatever you want. You know anything about them? Yeah, a decent amount. A decent amount. 516. Cool. Neat. Neat. Entity spawner. Spawned right on top of me. Join my colony. Let's go find a mushroom. There's a mushroom. Okay, no, come here. Come here. Okay, so we got here. Interact action is valid. We get here, it is valid. He's gonna run to the mushroom, attempt to pick it. It's gonna fail. Wait, why didn't I hit the fail yet? Oh, because we updated status first, right? So we got there. Here, yeah. Update status first. Can you use BP interfaces with data assets? How can I test their function? I don't think that's what a data asset for. Why are you wanting to do that? That sounds like there is a better way to do what you're wanting to do. Okay, so we've got here, the old interaction is nulled out on the task to handle at this point. Or it was. We rebuilt it. We just re-added it. This environment object action, which is getting built the same fucking way that a construct action is being built. Literally the exact same. Just a different class. I don't think data assets are intended to be polymorphic in that way. So I'm going to say it's probably not. We're probably not allowed to do that. We got to update. Oh, was it the thing I added in here where I nulled it out? I nulled it out here. Yeah, so we probably get here. Do we? I'm trying to dynamically adjust resource costs based on configurations. The configurations are your data assets, I presume. And what are you wanting to, I guess that gives me the overall goal, but like what are you wanting the interface to do? And what is the data asset in that regard? I'm assuming the data asset is the config. And then you want to maybe get some resource value off of it with an interface. That is my assumption, but that's I'm doing a lot of assuming there. Yeah, we update the task status. What is it? 2 task failed. Yeah, so we're gonna get here. Interact action will be set to null pointer on purpose. That is on purpose. So we get here, it's null. Now I get here. Oh, interesting. I wonder if the interact action on the proxy actor is causing an issue. So let me do a breakpoint on, so we're gonna get here. Let me do a breakpoint on process interact action. Let's look at this as well. So it's gonna get set to null pointer there next. Yeah. So it will have been, I mean, it's still valid here. The data assets are for components that design the function of a spell. The configuration is how the components are laid out. Yeah, I'm still not understanding how the interface comes into play on the data asset. Why are you trying to put an interface on? Like, what function is that providing you? That's how the components are laid out. Usually if you're putting an interface on something, the interface is meant to look at the data asset and adjust its value based on the prior component. So usually an interface is used such that a generic thing can provide its own implementation specific to itself. That statement might not make a whole lot of sense. But it sounds like you maybe just want a regular function. And the important part about an interface is that it allows, I mean, I think you can put, I mean, you're working in Blueprint, so no, you probably can't put functions onto a data asset. I'm assuming, so a data asset is just a collection of data. Like, it's not supposed to be something that has any logic on it or any implementation. And so if you are needing a way for each of these spell data asset, I assume you have a data asset that equals a spell, right? You can put some data on it, and you probably give the data asset a name like Fireball or something like that. Because I imagine I don't even think you don't have a blueprint graph on a data asset, right? If I'm remembering correctly. I'm sitting here breakpointed in C++, otherwise I would check. But I think your spells probably shouldn't be data assets. If you need them to have a specific logic on them, they shouldn't be data assets. And you might look into the gameplay ability system if you haven't already in Unreal Engine. That is going to give you a layout for how abilities can be defined, which sounds like what your spells are. And you can put properties on them. Like, I'll show you what I do for my spells. My gameplay ability base. This is a class that and you can do the same thing in Blueprints. You don't need to do C++ for what I'm showing here, but like the base gameplay ability, I extend from it, and then I add a bunch of my own properties on here. And I imagine some of these properties probably relate to what you have on your data asset. They have like a range on them. They have a minimum damage, a maximum damage. They have a cooldown on them. If they trigger a global cooldown, they have like an icon. You know, they have some different things for like, should the ability cancel when the instigator dies? Should they cancel on sprint? Does it put you in combat? Does it require a specific target? Can it target friendly? Can you know, is it a heal, basically? That kind of stuff. And so I assume maybe your spells have maybe some data like that, maybe not. But regardless, having an actual class for it allows me to have all of these virtual functions that all of my other spells, they extend from my gameplay ability base, and they can override get min damage, max damage, they calculate base damage. Like, they can provide their own implementation, their own logic. Getting minimum range, maximum range. For the most part, they're all the same, right? And they take in curve tables so that different levels of the ability can have different values that are manually set by me. And so I think your options for the world that you're in right now are, you don't necessarily need to use GAS, gameplay ability system, but I think you should just change those data assets to a class, create a base class for a spell, right? That's probably what your primary data asset is, right? Change that into your base class. The data assets handle spell types, AoE, projectile channeling, etc. elements and behaviors. So when when applied, they alter the core function of a spell. Yeah, I have very, very similar things happening. I have a specific cast ability that handles, is it a heal? Is it an AoE? I use all my types are handled through gameplay tags, which that's a part of the base gameplay ability class. So yeah, I don't think you should be using data assets for that. I think you should just use classes probably. But if you want to stick with attempting to use a data-driven approach, you're going to continue to hit these hurdles where you need a specific implementation for specific spells. Logic. You're going to need logic tied to a specific data asset. And you're going to need to find a way to key off of that. And I think what you're going to find is that it's going to start to get really complicated. Because you're going to need to look at the data and try to make a judgment on it in code, being like, if this data and all these different conditions, then use this implementation. I'm using a data table to pair that data asset with gameplay tag. Yeah, I think you're creating more work for yourself. And I'm using blueprint functions to find the logic. Yeah, I think you're creating more work for yourself. I think what you're finding is that the complexity of the system that you're building is going to increase dramatically with each spell and each specific implementation that you want to do. I think you need to change your data assets into classes. Just put the gameplay tags directly on the classes. For what reason are you wanting to have data assets and data tables? You can still have like I have curve tables or like cast time and channel time and stuff like that. Like those are kind of data tables, but for the data of different levels of this spell, this specific spell. But it exists on the object. And like I don't have all of my spells in a database. They're just in blueprint classes. And then I add them to basically like a list that I can keep track of if I need to. Like each actor has its granted abilities, right? That's part of the gameplay ability system. Yeah, I personally, if I were you, I would look into the gameplay ability system. It probably does a lot of what you're already going to be building. Because the spell components are meant to be individual components in the world that players will need to locate and construct their own spells. And so, why don't you think you should use? Did I say that right? Why don't you think that you should use classes for your spells? What's your argument against that? You have spell components that are pieces of spells, and then you have data assets, which let me read here. Data assets handle spell types, AoE projectile channeling, elements, and behaviors. So when applied, they alter the core function of a spell. So you're saying the class is the component, and you have little pieces of data that alter the core function of the spell, but then you want a specific function implementation on each one of those data assets. That, what did you say? It takes in like the previous component or something. So you're saying that there's going to be some deterministic order of how these get applied. Yeah, I get the goal of the system. I don't know that data assets are the answer here. And maybe you still use data assets in some way, or some struct or something, some data container. Doesn't matter if it's a data asset or not, but like you need an implementation for a given type, right? So that is what object-oriented programming is for. And so I think you can still have your spell components, and you can still have your we'll call them spell modifiers, which sounds like a gameplay effect, to be honest with you. Have you looked into gas? It is complicated, so I don't blame you for like not going straight there. But I have my own spell modifiers as well in the form of talents. Like I have my base spells, and then I have talents that can augment those spells. I kind of built my own system for that a little bit, because the gameplay ability system by default doesn't handle it the way that I want it to be handled, but these data assets that you have actually kind of sound like gameplay, like they should maybe be gameplay effects, which are a class. They're a blueprint class. And the things that you were mentioning that they modify, AoE projectile channeling, yeah, that sounds exactly like what gameplay effects are for. So I think what that would look like in Gasland is that you'd have an ability with a specific tag on it. The tag is like an identifier for that ability. Let's call it Fireball, right? Or maybe you're building a system where you have like I was planning on using gas, but I'm trying to work on one system at a time. Well, this sounds like the time to dive into it, and I can give you. Well, you're entirely in blueprints, right? So I guess the resources I have for gas aren't going to help you. But I think what that would look like in gas is you'd make a gameplay ability. You just need to have some base, like maybe it's a projectile ability. Then you can apply the fire modifier to it, and then maybe also the AoE modifier to it. And so what you would need to check is basically you would need to maintain an association of like what spells the player has, which would be like a base spell, which, you know, maybe that's, you'd have to figure out what that looks like for you, but maybe there's like, it's like melee ability, projectile ability, you know, some functionality for how the ability, maybe a conal AoE, or maybe an instant cast or something like that. That would be like your base. Then you apply all the type and damage and stuff like that. And I think what you would need to do is you need to maintain on your ability system component probably a map of spells that the player has, and it would be gameplay ability to a list, an array of gameplay effects that apply to that ability. And then when that ability is executed, you check for all the gameplay effects that that the player has for that ability, and then that will, you can even just apply, you could probably just apply the gameplay effects to the player. Infinite gameplay effects. Apply them to the player. Make sure they have that tag for the specific, the effects would need a tag for the specific ability that they're applying to. But then in the ability, when it's executed, you check for gameplay effects with the matching tag, and then you would change the ability's functionality from there. And you could potentially, if you made a base gameplay effect class, you could have a function on there that says, like, you know, apply modifiers or something, or whatever scenario it is within the life cycle of an ability. That's kind of what I do. That is kind of what I do with talents, with my talent system. See, I still don't think that data assets are the move for you. And I think you should take a deeper look into gas, because it sounds like it's gonna, I think you're probably gonna end up re-implementing a lot of what gas does. Okay, so that one worked fine this time. Can we try again? So we just got to process task and queue. Handle task status change. Okay, so we're still like, we're responding to the failure now. We would have hit this update task status. We would have set it to failed. Interact action would have gotten null pointered here. It would have gotten null pointered there. So, and then we're going to see here that this is like a weird, illegal, out of range. And it's probably going to be lame. Yeah, it's lame here. Even though it was empty. So I'm not sure what I don't know what the logic is here. I don't know like what I am straight up setting this interact action to null pointer. I'm not sure what else I can fucking do about that. Like what? Why is this happening so consistently for Forge Handler? I guess it's because of the way it fails, right? The failure flow of it, because construct task doesn't fail. The failure flow here is what fails. So maybe I should just change this to not make it null pointer and instead just rely on the binding to like not do it if it's already failed or succeeded, basically. I don't know, it seems like such a good spot to do it though, right? It seems like such a good spot to do it. Set it to null. Wait, I removed the task from queue here. So the task itself is getting like, is that the reason the task itself isn't it's not allowed to respond yet? But again, we're doing the same flow for construction. So yeah, we would get here, update task status would get set to succeeded or failed, and then we would remove it from the task queue, making this task now like the task itself is getting cleaned up, I suppose. That's why. Should I return Boolean from this? Should I return Boolean from this? And then only bind if it's like successful? I kind of want to do that. It would just return whether or not the task is done. And then I could update task from outside, although I don't think I'd want to do that. Yeah, I don't think we'd want to do that. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of returning a Boolean from here. Don't think I would care about doing anything about it in blueprints. The problem is when it's already in the queue and it's going to get removed. So yeah, I think returning a Boolean isn't a bad idea here. But I mean, really, whether or not the interact action is valid or not. Is the key as well. I mean, let's do this. Bool completed. If not completed, and we'll just we're gonna pilot this functionality just with the forge task. Completed is true. True. Return false. Return true. So we go back to that. Okay. We're gonna rebuild there. We're gonna rebuild there. Oh, and Cruel Crusader, if you're still here, one thing to keep in mind with gas, if you do end up going with that approach, if you do end up, creating some base gameplay effect or gameplay ability, you need to keep in mind that the assets for the gameplay ability system operate on the default object. So you just need to make sure you're treating them that way, and that basically, like, don't set state on them on the classes themselves. So you do kind of treat them as data containers, if that makes sense. If not, I can do a better job of explaining that. But yeah, you don't need to use gas. I think it would be good to look into for you, but I don't think you should use data assets. Did I spawn that guy? Where did he... Yeah, okay, he's spawning. During your source you look into besides official docs for C++ references. I don't even look at the docs, man. The docs just copy the source code, so I just go straight to the source code. A bit new and trying to find something. It's kind of hard. Yeah, I don't blame you. UE5 is literally too huge. I don't think I'll be using 80% of it. Yeah, I feel you. I think what made it better for me was just getting used to digging through the source code if I needed to. I mean, I just Google stuff, right? Like there are forum posts and Reddit posts and stuff. That can point you in the right way for some functions. I've used AI a little bit for my earlier days in Unreal Engine. There were some time, like for the beginner type stuff, you know, like actors and components and that kind of stuff. Like it was good for that. So I think AI can give you some good base to work off of. But if you're looking for like super specific functions to use and stuff like that, you kind of just got to get used to how the engine's set up, unfortunately. For C++, it doesn't have the greatest like developer support. Wait, what is this? What is this? So now we're failing here? Wait, how did that not get created? When you start asking too specific stuff, you'll get suggested things like use interfaces inside the primary data asset. Did AI suggest that? Gotta learn the Unreal way, I guess. I mean, is there something specific you're trying to learn? I can give you a more specific answer if I have a more specific situation to go off of. Why is the interact action null here? Or why? Yeah, why? I wonder if I should be doing this. Because this is just like a dangling pointer, I think, at this point. I think I should be doing this the opposite way. Is that... Oh, yeah, I can't, though, because it's not the right... I think I should be doing that, though, and putting... I need to put it directly on the interact action. GPT did? Wow. See, and people are like, dude, just paste your source code in AI. Like, bro. It's gonna... If you don't know enough to not know that that's a bad idea after, you know, beyond the basics, then... I don't know what to tell you. But see, that's a great example of like how AI isn't good. Like it's good at the micro level things. Like Crusader, you're probably saying like, I want to do this specific thing. How can I do it? You were probably saying something like that, right? And AI didn't have the experience that like a software engineer has or like an Unreal Engine developer has. I toot my own horn here, like I do. And I realize that doesn't sound right. What are you trying to do? There's probably a better way to do it, right? AI lacks that kind of overall macro level perspective. And sometimes it can get it. Sometimes it can, but like... It's telling you how I was using Blueprint functional library dynamically. Just the resource costs. In the widget graph. Within the widget graph. Like a UI, like the UI graph. Asked if there's a way to make it more efficient. Yeah, not to toot my own horn, but I think you got a higher quality answer out of me than you did the AI. Not saying that people shouldn't use AI at all, but I just had a random number text me and ask me what time my shift is over this evening. Should I just say a random time and just fuck someone's day over? No, I'm not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. I should do something like this though, I think. I think maybe this is the issue. So I'm just putting it in a dangling pointer that doesn't actually belong anywhere. And I just have to like recast this essentially. Does this should never return a null one. I should change this in construction handler too. Okay, let's rebuild and retry that. Ah, Billy, you're doing some tracing stuff, I see. What is your query? What is your question? Trying to do some box trace, which has multiple options by profile for objects, single and multiple. Yeah, you're trying to figure out what each of them are for. I gotta call it from some random UE5 system library. That is not a random library. That's a pretty core piece of blueprint. That's like all of your blueprint statics are either going to be in UE5 system library or in U gameplay statics. So those are like blueprint exposed things. And the underlying version of that like I use in C++ is get world, you know, box trace multi or whatever, which is what that usually calls under the hood anyways. But those are your like building blocks for blueprints and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I would just, that kind of stuff I just Google. I feel like AI would probably be pretty good at answering that level of stuff. Because those are like the trace functionalities and stuff. Those are pretty like core things that I feel like have been posted all over the internet. So AI probably knows it. Okay. Spawn me a colonist. Are you good at modding perhaps? Haven't really done much modding in my day. Still going? Impressed. Is it? I've only been going for 4.5 hours. Okay, join my colony. I want to ask him something. Okay. We will go into the forest. We will find. Uh-oh. Yeah, your pathfinding failed there. Let's go. Come on. Come here. Nice. Is there any mushroom that I can see? You might be stuck up here. You might be kind of stuck up here. Is there a path right here? Okay. Oh, yeah, lost it. Come here. Come here. Nope, lost it again. Can you help me mod Fallout New Vegas? I think you're gonna have a lot more success searching that on Google than asking what happened over here. Oh, that's just a cave. Okay, than asking a random game dev streamer. Just to be super honest with you. That's a pretty deep shot in the dark to just think that I have been able to mod Fallout New Vegas in my past. Is he serious? Where is the path from there? Okay, it's like, okay. Okay, so that's kind of annoying for a player. I should allow them to like, when they're following the player, maybe they should just velocity towards player. you know? And that way they can follow the player off a cliff. That would be so fucking funny too. Oh my god, that would be so funny. I can't use a mod manager. I try to download a mod and I download it, they just don't work together. I don't know what to do. But you gotta learn how to Google search, my dude. I guarantee you whatever problem you're facing, someone has faced before. Okay, Bill, as we should. Okay, we're gonna keep doing this over and over again until until it fails. Hopefully I fixed it. It seems to be working fine now. Yeah. It seems to be, it's failing successfully now. It's failing successfully. We've gotten that to work. We've gotten that to work. Now, I'm just gonna assume that's working good. Good. Okay, let's go to the interact actions. Let's delete the ISMC. We don't want to use that anymore. So I will need to find all the boo-boos there. So that will be, yeah, we will want to do a little something like this. Inv object ISMC, and we're going to cast here. And honestly, it doesn't necessarily need to be an environment item spawner ISMC. It could just be an interactable ISMC, which is the base class, but so if and is valid. Get index for ID. Yeah, let's just change this. Yeah, Mr. Brut, you're gonna have to do some searching. You're gonna have to do some trial and error. You know, I guarantee you, someone out there has experienced what you're experiencing before, whether or not it's with a particular mod or not. So you're gonna have to find that information. And if there isn't, then you likely did something to get yourself into this mess, and you're gonna have to find out how to get out of it. No one's gonna be able to tell you how to do it. Yeah, I'm casting this elsewhere, so yeah, we'll do that. So that should be one part of it. I imagine there is a broken something or other here. Yes. So yeah, we're not gonna be doing that. Okay, I think, is that all I need to do? Well, I deleted it, so I have to rebuild. We rebuild. Okay, I gotta hop off now, though. Yeah, we gotta hop off, so I'm gonna find out somewhere to send you guys real quick. Oh, is Churchomp streaming again? Well, they raided us this morning, so I'm gonna raid them back. So yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. The refactor is basically done. I think this is the last thing I need to do, and then it's basically done. So before next stream, I'm sure the refactor will be done. This is the finale. This is the finale. So goodbye, everyone. If I don't see you again, have a great weekend. It is Friday, remember that. So yeah, stay tuned. Ta-ta for now. Have a good day.